Well, hello, hello. Welcome back to another Higurashi stream. I believe we're on chapter 7 now. So don't quote me on that one. It's been a little over a week. Normally I would stream this on Saturday, but I had some stuff I had to get done yesterday, so couldn't do it. But we're doing it tonight. Don't really know what's going to happen this chapter though, because the way it seems to go is the odd numbered chapters are normally more lighthearted and down to earth, or wacky and zany in some way. And then the even numbered chapters are where we actually get some of the mystery and the weird, creepy factor, which that's what I play this game for. So I'm honestly a bit worried about what's going to be in this first chapter, because given what was chapter 5, I didn't really like that. They had the whole, what was it, like king cards or whatever. Basically, whoever lost had to do it there, and it was uncomfy. Did not like. So I'm glad Kazuma got his comeuppance in the end. Or no, not Kazuma. That's, jeez, who's Kazuma from? I think Kazuma's the one from, no. My brain is not remembering this. I'm gonna be mad at myself now for the rest of the night now. But if it continues how it's been going, we should have a lighthearted chapter, though I'm hoping it's gonna be a bit more on the ominous side, given how the last one ended. But we're going to see how it goes. So, without further ado, that's enough of an intro. Let's get into this tonight and see where the road takes us through Onigashikushi. I don't know why it does that. Like, it takes a second for my video capture to like pick up the thing I'm streaming. I don't know why. But oh well, it is what it is. Let us continue. Hold up, do I have everything? Yes, everything's going. Da-da. I'm gonna load this one. Wait, no. This one over here is the last one. I don't know if it makes a difference. I feel like there's a lot of save points for a game that doesn't seem to have choices to it. Maybe there is some way to have the choices affect it. Like, look at how many save files there are in this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, I don't actually get why you need this many save files unless there's some massive thing that happens later where just choices spiral out like a spider web. We will see. We will continue now where we left off. Let's view the new tips. I don't think I read these. No, I did. I did read these. Alright. We'll continue. Okay. They're just having a regular school day, it seems. Oh well. Good morning. Nice job yesterday, Kei-chan. You didn't do so badly yourself, Mion. Yesterday was fun. This is gonna sound really bad out of context, but I was hoping Keiichi's dad was dead or something. He had this whole ominous thing at the end of the last chapter where it was like Keiichi got home and was talking to his mom. It's like, oh, your father never woke up last night, so we didn't. Neither of us went. And then this whole thing of people that don't go are more likely to be affected by the curse. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Oh, that's right, Keiichi-kun. Thank you very much. From Mr. Bear. I'm glad you like it. Don't use it as a pincushion, though. I wouldn't. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom. The moment I stepped into the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. The bucket filled to the brim with water. And unfortunately, my foot stepped right into it. My, now, how delinquent of you to mop the floors this morning. clump, clump, clump. Whip, whip. I don't know how to make those sounds. Wah! Keiichi-san took my forehead. You should set a more brutal trap next time. Seeing that, Reina began to swoon as Mion looked on dejectedly. Everything was the same as always. Everybody was there and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I'd had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished. What is it, Keiichi-kun? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe? Maybe? I slept like a log, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. You shouldn't do that. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off to their seats. Good morning, everyone. So, yesterday was the festival. Thank you to all the people who stayed until the very end to help clean up. We were all slackers, so none of us actually helped clean up. Actually, I feel that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. Okay then, this time of year you might see some people here from out of town doing interviews about the festival for magazines. I thought it was the usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out. Then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention. Oh, it's the woman teacher. Okay. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that could be taken the wrong way. Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, Yes, ma'am. What she'd said was really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, don't spout stupid shit you think is funny. And now, I was one of the ones who needed to keep their mouths shut. I found it rather cute. I felt a sense of unity for such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. I am wondering now what exactly is going to happen in this chapter, because normally this cicada sound is only when the more ominous stuff is happening. But I don't know if it's just kind of here to throw me off, and this is just going to be like a chill chapter. I was summoned to club activities after school. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we just spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Okay, here we go. Today, let's play a classic game of deduction. How about this one? Oh, a game from overseas. Looks interesting. The instructions are in English, but the rules don't seem that hard. I won't lose, you hear? I'm not too bad at this game. It seemed that Reina didn't handle this kind of game very well. I mean, Reina's too trusting, or too oblivious, or both, so. The rules are, the person who can match the murderer, weapon, and the scene of the crime wins. Oh, we're playing, oh geez, I know this game. Guess who? Or no, Clue, that's it. That's what we're playing. I know this one, hell yeah. There are 3 kinds of cards comprised of suspects, weapons, and locations. Listen up, chat, you're gonna learn today. We're playing Clue. I can see that the names Mion and Rika were written on the suspect cards. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. There are plenty of different weapons too, like knives, axes, and poison. The locations are pretty nice too, like the living room, the study, and the courtyard. So basically, you take out one of each of the cards, and these are the answer cards. So we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out. We ask each other about the cards and figure out the right ones. Ah, I see. So the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators. Then, you raise your hand if you know the answer. The game ends, and we check if the answer is correct. If you're right, then you get a point. If you're wrong, then you lose a point. Since the game ends, even if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed. You'll learn as you go. You really have to use your brain. You'll get confused if you don't take notes. I don't know why I decided to just do this, like, soulless, uninterested voice for Rika, but it's very fun. The rest you can figure out by playing. So, Mion. Oh, what's the penalty this time? Everyone directed their attention to Mion. Let's see. We're all still a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy with a gopher penalty? You'll be asked to rush out and buy stuff for everyone. So, just being asked to go buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess? I feel like the penalty today is pretty simple. I wonder, is it really? Oh, this is gonna be a fun twist to this. Is Keiichi-san thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah. You don't know what you'll have to go buy. I'm betting Mia would send out whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual or other crazy stuff. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the murder have been taken out. So that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards. Then, I'll go first, since I'm the club president, I guess. Well then, Mion. Knife, study. Oh, well then, Mion. Knife, study. You pick one suspect, weapon, and murder scene, and ask each person. If you have any of those cards, you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. Yeah, I got it. Me too. I have one. Oh my, all of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mion, Knife, and Study. So that means that Mion and Knife and Study are all in the clear. Gotta jot that down. Then I'll go. Reina, Axe, Lounge. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Reina, Axe, and Lounge, one of them is correct and is part of the crime. No, wait. Even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Satoko or Rika-chan has 2 of the cards. Well, Kei-chan is next. Go ahead. Wait just a little. I'm still sorting things out. The game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, feels like it's going to be tough. Alright, now I have the criminal. What? Already? Here I am spinning around in circles and Mion just now raises her hand. Wait, hold up, where's my... Oh, there's my water bottle. I need a drink. My throat is already not going how I want it to. Ah, damn, okay. I don't know why, my throat's... It's not like I'm sick, but like, I'm already feeling like sniffles in the back of my nose and stuff. It's like, I don't know why. I haven't been sick today. But as soon as I start talking and reading for this game, oh well, is what it is. The murderer is Rika-chan, in the infirmary with the poison. Well? Mion drew the cards from the box and he checked to see if her deduction was right. You were right! Ah, all I needed was one more hand. Couldn't tell whether it was poison or a pistol. I never use a pistol. Oh my god. I like killing them slowly with poison. Oh, that's foreshadowing. That's gotta be foreshadowing. Rika-chan said such a hugely terrifying thing with such a sweet little face. And those eyes hide violence. Everyone was making commotion about how they almost had it. Rain and I were left out in the cold, though. How did you do, Keiichi-kun? I couldn't get it at all. Don't worry. I had no idea either. How can you both be so unsure? You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's even worse. Going off buying something together as a couple? We're gonna have to buy the Happy Family Planning Guide. That would start so many rumors in a small town. I can tell from Keiichi's expression that he's not very good at this game. What? That's not true. I'll show you the true power of Sherlock Mabara during the next round. Alright, Sherlock Mabara, best of luck to you.
My, that sounds just wonderful. I shall give you quite the thrashing.
Misatoko always chooses violence. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game. I was still always a step or two behind. I saw that Mion was somehow gleaning information from how the others were asking their questions. That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I became ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win at the game. Eureka! Ah, sorry. Need to go to the bathroom.
Take your time and squeeze out a nice one.
Damn it, Mion.
Mii-chan, that's gross.
I had them hold off the game and headed down the hall. The air was crisp. Showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body heat. On the school grounds, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Reina had made her way over towards me.
Keiichi-kun, did you call for me?
Yeah, I did. As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Reina. I'm glad it worked out. I don't want to waste much time, so I'll get right to the point. Reina, what's your record of this game we're playing today? She was taken aback. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her mouth.
Well, all losses. Well, why do you ask? I wonder.
I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing. The way things are going, I will as well. I can't figure out a way to pull off a last-minute comeback on this one.
So, I guess both of us will be taking that penalty?
Hey, don't accept defeat already. How about we win this? Both of us.
But how can we?
I brought my lips up to Reina's ear. Whisper, 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 whisper.
Huh? Is that allowed?
Do you forget, Reina? The second rule of our society? Do everything in your power to obtain victory.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Our plan of attack was a quite rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we'd reveal our hands to each other. If we did it under the desk, then nobody would know. We begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this much information would mean we need to investigate less.
With this sort of plan of attack, we start off with a big lead over the other guys.
Yeah, with this we can probably win. We both smirked at each other. I was the shady businessman, and Reina was the corrupt senator. Pleasure doing business with you, Senator Reina. Then let's hurry back. Work as a duo to surprise everyone.
Hey now, there's no point if we go back together.
Like flat out telling them we made a little arrangement.
Oh, sorry. Then we should do...
Go back ahead of me, Reina. I'll take my time coming back after washing my face or something.
Okay, got it.
Reina turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should wait a bit longer before going back. If I went too soon, it wouldn't seem like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or one of them suspected something, there could be problems. Well, we figure it out sooner or later, because both Reina and I would start winning over and over again. Both Reina and I will have earned enough points to avoid being the losers by the time Mion realized what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all. I'm trying to think of who this would be. Mabara-kun. May I have a moment? Huh? It's the teacher. Man, these are just getting good. What is it? I'm a bit...
You have a guest. Please, make your way to the entrance.
A guest? It's not like I own a hotel.
They have been waiting. Please hurry.
It's rather unfortunate that I'd have someone waiting on me right before my big match. I was more interested in the unexpected guest. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Who the heck are you? Waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked underneath his arm. Are you Mabara-san? Keiichi Mabara-san? There was no question that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa. This was without a doubt the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tomitake-san, I've been running into so many middle-aged men. That's right. Who might you be? I have the AC on in my car. Let's talk there. It's a bit hot here, don't you think? Why are we getting into a car with a random stranger? The man, completely ignoring my question, pointed over to his car parked near the gate and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know. He was asking me to get in his car with him? I'm not going to bite. Oh, I'm not going to bite. Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man. I wanted to know what this was about. You well knowing that conversations that start out like this have never led to anything good. The inside of his car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditioners were supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't have one in his car, at least. Please, let me know if it's too cold for you, okay? I have a habit of cranking it all the way up. So, what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me, start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket, took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. If you know anything related to this individual, then please tell me. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from his expressionless picture that looked like it was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt done in permanent marker, starting with yours, Mabara-san, and quite a few of your classmates signed as well. Huh? This is Tomitake-san? There was no hint of his usual reliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face. Then do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was. I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomitake-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I did know she was a resident of Hinamizawa. Did something just flash there? When was the last time you saw these two? The night of the Watanagashi. We spoke. They seemed pretty close, I guess. Did anything bother you about them? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail is very troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to that silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no, certain, that this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomitake-san? Something happened to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. You've moved here just recently, isn't that right, Mabara-san? Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Oyashiro-sama? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. Probably showed on my face. Not at all? If you don't, then that's fine. Well, I have heard of it. Tomitake-san told me, actually. How much do you know about it? The dismemberment killing. The accidental death. Death by illness, followed by suicide. A lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happened the day of the Watanagashi. ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Toмотaki-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. Do you know of that, well, curse, Mabara-san? Feel free to speak openly about it. I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it, as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts. That was a more prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great. Guess you really are one of those city-raised boys. So what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting, so can you get to the point? The man in this picture is dead. My mind went blank. Huh? Well, what happened to Toмотaki-san? It would seem that he died last night. That was the night of the Watanagashi. You understand the implications behind that, Mabara-san? Implications. Not any yet. Not any for the cause of his death, or the reasons behind it. The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watanagashi. Meaning, this year, the curse of Oyashiro-sama had once again. The death of Jiro Toмотake is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please, tell me. Tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. It might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamizawa. It's a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn of something I shouldn't. Or at least, that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest. I'm gonna take a drink before I get into this. Alright, let's get back to this. One of our patrol cars discovered the body on the way back from security detail at the festival. It was late, about 5 till midnight. The location was, you know where the road into town becomes paved, right? Down past the slope, on the shoulder, around there. There were few streetlights on that road. Its pitch-black darkness was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Toмотaki-san was spotted collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Toмотaki-san was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt. We thought it was a hit and run at first. When the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat had been ripped open. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? As in fingernails? With those, he clawed through. From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was his own nails. Huh? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder. It was suicide. Toмотaki-san thought there was a reason to tear open his own throat. As hard as he could with his own nails. Tore through the skin until he started to bleed. And even then, Toмотaki-san didn't stop. Continued clawing. With enough intensity that it could have peeled off his nails, still clawing. Still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that should never damage, he continued clawing. Split. Blood splattered on the ground around him.
As he bled, while gasping for breath, he collapsed. His body spasmed, and he died in agony.
We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. But this,
It was a suicide! I've never heard of such a thing. This unnatural way of dying. If this wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died. In these 5 years, his death most resembled that of a curse. As to show both myself and Tomatake-san, who proclaimed there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong.
there were a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, perspiration, appellation, and so on, we concluded he was in a state of hysteria right before his death.
That was a given. Hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their throat.
Wounds on his hands matched a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. There are traces where he struck trees and the guardrails with it. Tomatake-san's blood was found all over the place. Meaning
That while tearing at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber.
there were external injuries which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tomatake-san. There is a high probability Tomatake-san was assaulted.
The external injuries
Suggests there may be multiple suspects.
To summarize, Tomatake-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic, after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then, he died.
The presumed time of death was around 9:23 p.m., meaning it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomatake-san at the festival.
Everyone signed Tomatake-san's shirt, and then parted ways. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her?
She's missing. She hasn't shown up to work, and she hasn't returned home either. There's a very high probability that she was involved in this incident.
For a while, I could only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tomatake-san was short, but we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us.
We have been continuing the investigation on various fronts, but when it comes to Oyashiro-sama's curse, the villagers here aren't very cooperative.
That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomatake-san, the outsider, telling me. So that's why you came to me, because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa. Should have been angry that that was the reason he wanted to hear what happened from me. If things go the way they have been, the conclusion will be that Jiro Tomatake died from Oyashiro-sama's curse. He turned away from me and gazed far off into the distance.
The night of the Watanagashi, during that sacred ritual, he callously snapped off photos, angering Oyashiro-sama. That's how it's going to turn out.
There's no way Oyashiro-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomatake-san. Tomasaki-san had to have been killed by humans, and a cowardly group, no less. There's no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse.
I think so as well. There's no such thing as divine punishment or curses.
The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh.
That's how this must be, Mabara-san. Cooperation from individuals in Hinamizawa who don't believe in the curse is indispensable. Understand? Neither Tomotage-san nor I believed in curses. But with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomotage-san's death marking the 5th year. Which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected Tomotage-san. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomotage-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomotage-san could have been cursed by Oyashiro-sama. But there's nothing I can do to help. I have no idea what happened that night either. No. If you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear? He was talking in the future tense. Things, or people, or rumors. Anything is fine. I don't care if they're unfounded. Here. This is my number. If I'm not there, then just leave a message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whether I wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee-deep in this matter. Please, help me solve these questions surrounding Tomotage-san's unfortunate death. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face. Everything we spoke of today is a secret. Please, keep this confidential. Understood. From your friends as well. Especially from Sonosaki-san and Furuta-san. Please, do not inform them. Sonosaki? You mean Mion? Why? Are you saying they have something to do with the incident? My friend's name's brought up so abruptly and being told to keep it a secret from them. I became rather angry. This is what they call investigative privilege, I suppose. Don't play games with me! Mion is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but didn't seem to especially be offended. I wouldn't mind telling you, but it may just upset you. Say it! He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. There is a possibility that the string of incidents happening here in Hinamizawa are a result of a village conspiracy. There's no way that could be right. Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof of that? No evidence. Also, each of the cases were resolved and none of the perpetrators had any direct connection to the village. Then how'd you come to that conclusion? Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Watanagashi. Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect something? Only the residents of Minamizawa felt that the day of the Watanagashi was sacred. So basically, because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to Minamizawa. First, it was the dam construction foreman. Then it was a villager that supported it. Those the village hold a grudge against die one after the other from mysterious causes. The means are different, but in the end the result is the same. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion. But it couldn't just be shrugged off. So, the victims after that. What about the Shinto priest and his wife's death? They weren't enemies of the village. The villagers had expected leadership from the Shinto priest at the time of the dam dispute, but he wasn't proactive. So there was a faction of villagers who harbored ill will towards him as a result. Ill will? It's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about that housewife after that? Did she die just because she was the wife of the brother of a supporter? Such a trivial reason to kill someone. And what about Tomotage-san? He's not affiliated with the dam project at all. Was he killed just because he was an outsider?
In the beginning, it fell on those related to the dam project. But as the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower.
Well, that's the scary part. The bar keeps getting lower.
What's scary about that?
It means it's not just enemies of the village anymore. Just being an outsider is reason enough.
Then, next year's victim, they're just going to be picked out of the village outsider pool?
It might be a person that just moved here.
What do you mean by... I swallowed my words. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then, the next victims. My family. You saying it was going to be me? But, what does that have to do with Mion?
I can't go into details, but the Sonozaki family led the dam protests. Quite fervently so. This is also true of Mion Sonozaki-san herself. She has quite a few misdemeanor and obstruction of public worker offenses on her record because of the protests.
I knew Mion knew what it meant to fight. This was the first I'd heard of her family leading the protests, though. Then, well, what did it all mean? Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with this string of incidents?
I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying that if it was a conspiracy, then they'd have the highest probability of being behind it.
Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know.
We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now. That's exactly why I don't want you to say anything to the villagers.
Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough.
Then think of it like this. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe it's the curse. How about that?
What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with a curse. He was definitely going to be caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers should have anything to do with that process. It may cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly. Just like everyone kept it from me so I wouldn't worry about it. Is it now my turn to keep it from them so they didn't have to worry? I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted, as insipid as it was, but it couldn't be helped. I understand. I'll keep it to myself. Is that fine? Mr.
Uishi, from the
Trying to figure out how to pronounce that.
From the Okinomiya police station. You can call me Kura-chan, if you want.
No. Uishi-san is fine. That is so many vowels, man. Uishi. That's how I'm gonna pronounce that. The way he said it was unpleasant, yet retained hints of politeness. He was a spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though, I've never seen one this bulky before in the cop shows I watch.
I've taken up too much time. Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I should probably let you get back to them.
The door opened with a click, and in streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside of the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was an almost cruel heat, as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if The land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad as that thought crossed my mind. Damn, man, I just wanted to play Clue with my friends. What the fuck is this bullshit? I didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Mabara-san. There's enough proof that the village is not involved. I'll contact you if I hear or see anything. But I'm no detective. Please don't expect too much from me. I won't! You don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up until now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building, after giving him a quick bow. See you later. Farewell, Mabara-kun. I returned to the school building without looking back. Now how the hell do I explain this to everybody else? I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting. Right now there was a lot on my mind. Tomotaki-san's death was hard enough as it was. But to think there was the possibility of a village conspiracy? Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved? Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, Reina, Satoko, or Rika-chan. There's a group that attacked Tomotaki-san? Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be they were hiding here? Somewhere in Hinamizawa? I didn't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. It's me-chan! The perpetrator! Oh, they're still playing Clue. Huh? I was startled to hear Reina's voice. With the rope in the lounge. Nope. No! Reina clutched her head while flailing about. Oh, looks like you're just self-destructing over here. Wow. Ah! Keiichi-san, you're quite late. As you may well know, I'm seething with anger. Sorry about that. I was called into the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behavior? That's a shame. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. If I remember right, I had 0 points. Is it pretty much decided that I'm going to be finishing in last place? Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. I meant -1 points. How? The heck? Her score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. This is the final match to decide if the penalty is going to be carried out by Reina alone or by both Kei-chan and Reina. Yeah, right. Just let Reina do the penalty by herself. We made a promise, Keiichi-kun, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know? I'm sorry about that. Well, we're not going to both win. I followed my initial plan of showing Reina my cards. I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call. I got it! The murder is me! With the poison and the entrance. Is it? Is it? My, Reina. Quite a quick answer. Another stab in the dark. Oh. Reina's correct. Oh, then it's decided that Keiichi-san shall take part in the penalty as well. Hooray! Keiichi-kun, let's both do our best. Yeah, let's do our best. It's my fault, so I had no choice. Why is my voice cracking so much? Only an hour in, I've already drank half my water bottle. Then that's the game. It's me, Mion Sonozaki, ranked first. In dead last are Keiichi Mabara and Reina Ryugu. Everyone applauded and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty. Now then, I ranked first, so I'll decide what you'll be buying for the gopher penalty. Oh, well, what will she make us buy? I wonder. Let's blacklist the drugstore. That was your aim, wasn't it? Huh? I don't have any business at the drugstore. This old man's already got a list prepared for you on this piece of paper. Whoa, there's a lot written there. A lot. Damn it, what is she making us buy? 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo and conditioner, apple vinegar and fried tofu? The heck is this? It looks more like a shopping list than a penalty. Me was certain she was going to win today. Rule 7 of our society. You cannot refuse any penalty. Here's some money. The shampoo I usually get is Fruit Fable. Thanks. This is just your grocery list. I promised myself that if I won next time, I'd make her go buy hemorrhoid cream. You know what? Anybody who's watching decided to jump in and just watch this chapter first, you're getting a pretty good overview. You have received new tips. There are more than 4 perpetrators. Achievement unlocked, not a clue. And just Oshiro-san. No. Ushi. Yeah, Ushi. Just Ushi's face. Let's view new tips. There are more than 4 perpetrators and a search notice. Alright, more than 4 perpetrators. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throat. Tissue was packed into the nails. Not someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly by the individual's own nails. The shape of the scars also matches. Yeah, I know the immediate cause of death was suicide. I get it. You're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right? It's kind of like when your back itches and you scratch a little too hard and draw blood. Some of Tomatake's fingernails have been pulled out. It's actually quite simple to pull out one's own nails. But it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there were a lot of bruises on Tomatake's body. It's clear from the shape of them that he was assaulted first by someone, or a group of people. According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in an extreme state of hysteria right before death. And then he fought back and clawed out his own throat because of how hysterical he had become. The guys attacking him certainly would have been surprised by that. Is it possible that in such an abnormal environment, a person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine? Of course, those are rare cases. Actually, Uishi-kun, that wood plank the deceased used as a weapon? They only found sand and the paint from the guardrail on it. What about cloth fibers or skin? Nothing. The deceased didn't strike the assailants. Or it could be they took the plank he was fighting back with. In that case, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to replace it with another. They'd take them all. Har 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 har. That's true. Tomatake-san's pretty built and tanned. He was quite athletic. Hmm? That's right. He was pretty active. Can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive. I think his physical strength would be on the higher side. Have a look at this toned man. It's the last time we're gonna see him. I like Tomatake-san. Now he's gone. Meaning, he'd be difficult to overpower in a brawl. A man with such a physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around quickly. It's unthinkable that it wouldn't even nick the perpetrator. And his opponent was unarmed. The
This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think he'd hit him at least once. To surround and take down someone of his physique, I wonder how many people it would take.
You dimwit. You should know better than anyone. Have you forgotten your bad cop days?
If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down big prey, it's fundamental to attack with numbers. I'd guess about 4. Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage.
Then there were quite a few perpetrators. So any drunk and disorderly groups of more than 4 are suspicious?
A group of 4 or more. Just, if they had that many, then couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Or did he somehow break away from that fatal predicament? Then there'd be no reason to commit suicide. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. It's full of mysteries.
That's under serious consideration on my end, too. I'll be examining it as thoroughly as possible, but don't get your hopes up. After all, we've never encountered a death like this before.
I'm not hoping for much. I'm looking forward to the results. Uishi-san! The chief is calling you.
Thanks. See you around.
Yeah. Best wishes. So that's the autopsy. Then we have a search notice. Jiro Tomatake, deceased. Resided in a cheap hotel in Shishibane City. Registered under the name Jiro Tomatake. Pen name. Travels via folding bike. No license. The bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the side of a forest path. Present on the day of the festival, accompanied by the missing Mio Takano. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police. Location afterwards unknown. Held residence in Hinamizawa for 1 week each season for the last 5 to 6 years. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film located among the articles of the deceased. Wallet was among the articles of the deceased. Mere act of violence? From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Shiba, along the Sobu National Railway line. No individual matching the name Jiro Tomatake in the residency records of any of the Tokyo wards. Compare teeth to dental records. Send to Metro Police. Attach a photo. Send to Metro Police. Contacting magazines regarding Jiro Tomatake. So Jiro wasn't even his real name. He was using a pen name. And that's just what everyone knew him as. So in that case, who was Jiro Tomatake? We didn't know the actual guy. Second file. Mio Takano. Missing. Nurse at Erie Clinic. Became close to Tomatake through her passion for wild bird photography. Resides in Okinomiya, X, District Single. Witness accompanying Tomatake-san on the festival grounds. Currently missing. Abducted? Or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive to kill the deceased. Squabble from jealousy? Need to thoroughly investigate their relationship. Place of work, etc. Need to get information from the police on scene again. I want some cream puffs. 4 jumbo ones. Uishi. Ah, damn it, Uishi. You're lightening the mood, but the mood is dark as hell right now. Well, that's also the opposite of the mood, but we will continue. So, chapter 8 now. Sleepy. Whoa, that was a really big yawn, Geichi-kun. I'm usually awake once it's time to eat. Doesn't look like I can do it today. I was watching TV until late last night. I'm so tired right now. Was one of those raunchy TV shows you loved so much on last night? How extremely vile! Don't jump to conclusions.
It's perfectly normal for boys. Nothing to be ashamed about.
Rika, not patting my head, only made me feel worse. Could you just let me pass out this lunch break? No, seriously.
My, you think I would just sit here and allow that?
I'll get really angry if you disturb me. Really angry. Ah. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head onto the desk and drifted off into an afternoon nap. It seemed that Satoko had responded. I pretended not to hear. Cut it out, Satoko-chan. Oh wait, who's saying this?
Cut it out, Satoko-chan. Keiichi-kun fell asleep. His sleeping face. So cute.
Okay, it's Reina. I guess the right voice.
You could take him home later. Let him be for now. Let's move over there. It'd be rude to Keiichi if we bothered him now.
Rika-chan really is a good girl. Hell yeah, I guess Rika's voiced properly there.
Let's not wake him up even if the teacher comes back.
I take that back. Oh, I guess that was Satoko. That was Rika as well. The excuse that I didn't sleep much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time. But because of the conversation with Uishi-san that afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this. It's almost as if the incident with Tomitake-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Uishi-san just trying to deceive me? But it was probably the truth. One thing was certain, I couldn't speak to anyone about it. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. And it ended up with me, again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would without a doubt be goofing off with the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Uishi-san for this. Huh? When was that? I heard he wasn't there the next day. It appears he vanished the night of the Watanagashi. Mion whispered to keep others from listening. I could hear it clearly. On the other hand, Reina's voice was even harder to pick up. But I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Tomitake-san? Take. Not sure. That's all I know. I have to feign ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie during the conversation, it's much easier just to sit here and pretend I was asleep to listen in on their discussion. Wait, why did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung.
So, and me, there are others, right? Too. But they don't know if it's from the curse or if this was an onikakushi.
Onikakushi? Onikakushi. To be hidden away by a demon? What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. And, well, there was another, right? Right?
If it's Oyashiro-sama's, yeah. But, this year, all? Grandma and the mayor had talked about it. Seems they talked to the police about it beforehand. They said they'd take care of whatever happens this year without causing a commotion.
Then, without us knowing it, someone had them?
You mean, maybe? Next could me, I wonder. Don't worry. You got home safely. But is not allowed, right? That was a long time ago. Let's stop talking about this.
It's the uncomfortable mood, both of them went silent. Oh, so that was just Reina and Mion. The entirety of the conversation was still a bit unclear, but a few parts caught my attention.
First of all, the term onikakushi, be demoned away. By the context it was used in, I would guess it's similar to being spirited away. I suspected that was what it meant because Tomitake-san and that woman, it really bugged me that I don't know her name, vanished after the Watanagashi. The next thing that stuck out was when Reina said, there's another one, right? Mion also said, if it's Oyashiro-sama's, yeah, responding to something. If it's Oyashiro-sama's curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I just remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know if it was from the curse or if it was a case of Onikakushi. It seems that the curse and being demoned away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. I recalled Tomitake-san's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. That horrendous end would best be described as cursed. Then, a woman with him. It means she vanished because she was demoned away? What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse proper. And the last point that bothered me was Reina. Reina was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. However, she knew that something had made her a potential target for Oyashiro-sama's curse. If I recall correctly, Oyashiro-sama should be the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend the citizens and drive out invaders? If I recall correctly, yesterday Uishi-san said that originally the targets were enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. But if that was the case, then I would think that I'd be the more likely target, having moved here more recently than Reina. From her composure, I can infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay what I heard just now to Uishi-san. Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping on my friends while pretending to be asleep made me feel terrible. It raised a few questions and left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Would it be better not to seek the answers to those questions? As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret ever having learned of these events. But now we're back to the jam. Oh my god, it just switches up the vibes so fast. I don't know if it's like a good thing or a bad thing. I'm enjoying it. Give me a second. Quick cough and a drink, clear my throat. The teacher approaches. Keiichi-san, you must awaken. In the distance, I could hear the ring of the handbell, singing the start of afternoon classes. Yeah, I couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that... Oh! Jeez. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Look! There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Satoko! Guilty without trial. Capital punishment! I fiercely jumped up from my seat. I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces have been tied together. Not bad, Satoko. While I was sleeping, you were able to conceal your presence and able to pull off this fine piece of work. The teacher came in right as I was about to pull off my shoes and tackle Satoko. Oh, did you not notice that our teacher has arrived, Keiichi-san? Take your seat. Clump, clump, wish, whiff. Not caring one bit, I made her eat a flick to the forehead. Wah! Keiichi-san is being mean. Hey, don't pick on the younger... Oh. Hey, don't pick on the younger kids, Mabara-kun. Apologize to her. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me. That little brat. Come on, Mabara-kun. Yeah, I'll apologize. Sorry, Satoko-san. In any case, I apologize. Even if it was in a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her. I'll remember this. Kei-chan, Kei-chan. Get your revenge at the club meeting. Take your seat, take your seat. I sat down after Mion told me to. She'd switched to class representative mode. Fading out. We're outside, and now we're inside. With the boring classes finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I'll play that deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it last time because of Wishi-san. Rain and I weren't even able to test out our strategy. That's right. Today, Keiichi-kun and I will be victorious. What should we do? We never played the same game 2 days in a row before. Why not try asking me? Mion looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm with her fist as her face suddenly lit up. Oops! I completely forgot. I need to go help my uncle today. Sorry guys, not today. Helping your uncle? Aren't you little goody two-shoes? Sorry, really? I really did forget. Well then, sorry guys. This old man is headed back home now. Mion left us with that and rushed off to the exit after snatching up her bag. Oh my god. I don't know what's up with my nose. Because like, I'm not sick, but it's like as soon as I start talking a bunch and doing all the voices, like everything is feeling weird. I don't think I have any medicine. I don't even think medicine would do anything. I think it's just, I only play this game once a week, so my voice isn't used to like switching all the time. You see, Mi-chan, she sometimes goes to help out at her uncle's shop in town. Ah, I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up in such bothersome stuff. You said that she gets paid for it. It's quite a bit of spending money, from what I hear. I see. She's able to pay for that mountain of gains what she saved up from there. But that, wouldn't you call that a part-time job? Isn't that against school policy? There's a clause that states family businesses are excluded. Is that what she's calling it? So what now? Pass on the club today? So, we're done today, I guess? Oh, won't it be fine even without the club president? Let's do this. I opened the club locker and began searching for the deduction game from that ever-growing pile of games. Ah, here it is. The deduction game from yesterday. Man, I had to stop just as I was getting the hang of it. At the very least, I wanted to repay Satoko for what she did during the afternoon break. I do not mind. Is that fine for Reina-san and Rika? If Keiichi-kun wants to so badly, I wouldn't mind playing for a bit. I think it's better if we do it when we have everyone together. Because it's like that. I wanted to go shopping if it wasn't the club meeting today. Going to buy soy sauce and other things. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot. Well, I guess it's been a while. I should go treasure hunting. What's this now? Everyone's no longer in the mood for club activities? I kept on trying to push the matter and maybe make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Ah, well, I'll give up this time. Man, I really was looking forward to playing it. I shuffled through the cards if I was still caught up on it. At the next opportunity, I shall give you a sound thrashing. Oh! The murderer is Satoko. The murder weapon is the pistol. It was you after all. What did you say? Then I'll just... Satoko looked through the cards on the desk and stuck out three of them at me. The murderer is Keiichi, in the lounge with the rope. I don't need no rope. I'll just strangle you like this. No! Keiichi-san is such a beast. Jeez. Phew. Well, it's good that I got that out of my system. What? Did Keiichi just fucking beat up a child? Keiichi, why? I'll remember this, Keiichi-san. She was used as a plaything for quite a while. How unfortunate. I'm not so. No. God damn it. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up the scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards, but I noticed something strange. Reina, Sotoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mion. Toshi. Toshi? Not all the cards were made by us. At least every card besides this one has the name of a club member. Does this mean that this Satoshi fellow is a member? There's someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi on the class roster stuck up on the wall. Keiichi-kun, let's hurry and finish cleaning up. Being rushed by Reina, I finished up quickly. Sotoko and Rika-chan already headed merrily for their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Reina had already gotten her bag and was ready to leave. Reina, there must be quite a few people who transferred from the school, right? I tried asking Reina in a bit of a roundabout way. Reina made a troubled face, and then answered. Yeah, Hinamizawa's a rural town, right? Some people transfer out every now and then. Then is Satoshi another one of those transferees? Sorry, I don't really know. Bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. Uh, I'm not saying it to be mean. Just last year, I transferred in, so maybe I just missed him? So I didn't hear much about him. Sorry. I'm not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial, with a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Though I do appreciate that they kept that unsettling curse thing from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's that's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment, I wondered just what kind of face I was making, just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. Keiichi-kun, you're making a scary face. Why is it? Why? It was probably exactly the kind of face Reina said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her. Sorry. I was really looking forward to the club today. I'm just feeling down about it. I rustled Reina's hair. Let's go home. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. The cicadas are crying. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. Just enjoying my everyday life. My long, outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry. Keiichi-kun, are you tired? Maybe? Maybe? Reina timidly questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling. You think so? Yeah. You seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning. Maybe a cold? Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had perfect attendance since elementary school. Reina continued on since I didn't give her an answer. It could be that the fatigue from moving has finally caught up to you. It's completely different from where you used to live, after all. Of course, you've gotten tired, since there's so much you need to get used to and remember. Maybe that's it. Yeah, it has to be. Reina was also like that at first, too. Oh. Yeah, it has to be. Reina was also like that at first, too. I can tell, you know? You know? Why is she speaking in the third person all of a sudden? I wondered if Reina also experienced a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt that she was the only one who could understand how I felt. I'd like to hear when you first came to Inamizawa. How was it? Feeling I'd been drawn to the conversation, her face suddenly brightened. Ah, it was the same as Keiichi-kun. I didn't know the villagers' names at all. Mi-chan and the rest were all very kind, so I wasn't lonely, but I did still feel a little out of place. Reina told me all the details of when she had moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times. So, Satoko got you too? Yeah, there was a thumbtack put on my chair. Poke. Then with that, yeah, that really takes me back. When were you invited into the club? The first day? Nah, there wasn't a club at the beginning. It was formed partway through. One day she said we should stay after and hold a big game tournament. Come to think of it, Mion did say she was the first club president. Now I get it. This is a secret, but Mi-chan used to be really bad at the beginning. She'd never win. Huh? Mion? Really? I can't even imagine that. She had to do most of the penalties that she came up with. Seriously? Don't tell. I can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty. I began making more friends besides Mi-chan after that. But yeah, it might have only been since you moved here. I had finally felt like I had gotten used to it here. I guess Reina had also been left in the dark about Oyashiro-sama when she had just moved here. I guess when they finally told me about Oyashiro-sama, I'd be considered one of them. Wonder when I'll finally be considered one of them. Huh? Did you say something? No. Sorry. Just talking to myself. Ahaha, Keiichi-kun, you're silly. Reina was poking fun and laughing at me. I couldn't help but laugh as well. But I suddenly stopped. Then, after making up my mind, I spoke. Hey, Reina, is there something that everybody is keeping from me? Huh? No, not at all. You're lying, aren't you? Reina suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. What do you mean by that, Keiichi-kun? Her tone was still the same cheery and light-hearted one as before. You are, aren't you? Keeping something from me. After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash. She came back at me in a way I didn't expect. Jesus! Well then, Keiichi-kun, aren't you keeping something from us? Huh? Her tone didn't change. It was the first time I'd seen this expression from Reina. As her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Reina. Aren't you? Lies or secrets? Aren't you? You are. Secrets. Didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. Incident with Tomitake-san, how I felt alienated from the group. Even without having to think about it, there were things I knew that I felt guilty about. But I didn't tell everyone about what happened with Tomitake-san to be considerate. I was keeping it a secret just the same way they didn't tell me about Oyashiro-sama. Then, aren't we even? No, I'm not. No lies, nor secrets. Higher. Her answer was instant and it shook me. Reina stared as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk. Why would you say I'm lying? Didn't you say that you were called into the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Keiichi-kun? I know. You didn't go to the teacher's room. I swallowed hard.
It wasn't a bluff. She knew what happened.
The teacher said you had a guest, didn't she? But you didn't talk at the entrance. You talked inside of the car near the school gate. With some man we don't know.
Reina knew everything. She knew that I was called out by Wishi-san. I heard about the incident with Tomitake-san as well. Did she know all of it?
Exactly who was that man?
I don't know him.
Why did someone you don't know have business with you?
I want to know that myself.
Then what did you talk about?
There's nothing to do with you guys. It was a lie.
Lies!
Reina's scream echoed through the trees, sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here I first realized. The person in front of me, she wasn't Reina Ryugu. Then, who was it that was standing before me now? Who had assumed Reina Ryugu's appearance? I'd held my breath for so long, I could feel myself suffocating.
Right?
And then she made a facial expression that Reina normally might have made. Didn't matter that it was Reina's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was with Reina's face was going to chew my nose right off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then she smirked, as if she was able to see right through me.
We also have secrets. Just like how Keiichi couldn't have secrets.
It was Reina's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person who looked like Reina, frightened me to my core. I was terrified, knowing that she could hear the sound of me swallowing nervously. After what felt like an eternity, after a long, empty silence, she finally spoke.
Let's go. It's getting chilly.
It was Reina again, smiling at me once more. We started walking as if nothing at all had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me, and I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't able to lift a finger until Reina was out of sight. Who was that? I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and ask myself once again, who was that person who looked like Reina Ryugu? God damn. Now this is what I came for. It only took... That's chapter 8? Oh, it's still going. I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner, except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Reina going off on me? No, that's not right. That was someone else who only looked like Reina. Then, who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling, knowing that that was someone else, not Reina. So, tomorrow I shouldn't have a problem talking to Reina like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. I concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head, though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally, I returned to my senses as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the steps. Keiichi! It's a call from the bookstore! Bookstore? Can't think of why they'd be calling me. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway.
My apologies for calling so late at night.
Oh,
My apologies for calling so late at night. It's me, Oishi, of the Okonomiya bookshop.
Wishi-san? Oh, it's Wishi-san.
Sorry, since your parents picked up, I said I was from the bookstore. It puts people off when I say I'm a police officer.
Wishi-san was, in his own way, rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back up to my room on the second floor.
Sorry for calling so late. That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number. My apologies. Can you copy down the number I'm about to give you?
Yeah. Okay. He gave me the number for his direct line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but began making pointless small talk. It was pretty hard to hang up.
So, how's it been, Mabara-san? Did anything strange happen recently?
I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed. Are you from around here, Uishi-san?
Yeah, I am. Born and raised in Okinomiya.
If he's from around here, he might know. Uishi-san, do you know what this onikakushi thing is about?
I believe that's when somebody suddenly vanishes because they've been abducted by a demon. It's a special saying from around here. The same meaning as spirited away, like everyone else says.
Whereas my friend would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. Made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything.
Hinamizawa was, not sure if I should tell you this, Mabara-san.
Don't try to play this off. If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything.
Ah, no. That's not what I meant. It's just, it may make you feel bad. You see, long ago, Hinamizawa was feared as a village where demons reside.
Demons? By demons, you mean those pitchfork-carrying things in hell?
More like human-eating monsters. They'd go down to villages, snatching people up and gobbling them down. That kind of tale.
Demons snatching up people is what this onikakushi really means.
They said that the curse and being demoned away happened together.
Well, what does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years in a row. But I didn't know there were people disappearing for those same 5 years.
The curse and being demoned away happened together. First time I've heard of that. Is that how it is, Mabara-san?
That's what I want to know. I heard Reina and Neon talking. Said that if it was really Oyashiro-sama's curse, then both the curse and demoning away would happen. Oishi-san began hemming and hawing on the other end of the receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind?
Mabara-san, do you know the first incident? The murder by dismemberment?
Yeah. One of the 6 perpetrators is still on the run, right?
Hypothetically. What if he isn't on the run, but was demoned away?
Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis from Uishi-san. The incident 4 years ago was a particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with his face on them. They staked out various locations and investigated every possible escape route he had. But after 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be. Unless the police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off. Then, what about the incident next year? When the man who supported the project and his wife both died in an accident?
Well, actually, it was only the husband who died in an accident. His wife's body never surfaced. Unless we find the body, then it's considered a missing person by law.
At the time of the incident, with the river below the cliff being muddy rapids, the police divers had searched every branch off the main stream of the river for dozens of miles, but in the end they weren't able to find her body. But that's just them not being able to find the body. She's still dead, right? Isn't it different from her being demoned away?
We cannot say someone is dead without their body. Until a certain number of years pass, by law she's treated as still alive.
Not sure if it's right to call that being demoned away. The wife is missing. At least that part was reality. How about the 3rd year? The Shinto priest died of illness, and his wife committed suicide?
Mabara-san, That's actually the exact same scenario. The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless marsh deep in the forest around Hinamizawa. Meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in front of the marsh. A diver was able to recover a few remnants, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere. I'm not sure we could call these cases being demoned away. Just as you said, every year, one person does go missing. The incident this year. The woman with Tomitake-san has gone missing. Then what about the incident with the housewife beaten to death? Who went missing? I believe that the perpetrator was caught, right? Yeah, we arrested him. It was just a miscreant with a record of narcotics abuse. He admitted to the crime while being questioned about a different incident. But, well, you see, after he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing. It's still under investigation as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime. But you said you caught him, right? Did he have an accomplice? No idea. It's considered a separate case. Moreover, we can't even check now. Because while under investigation, that man, he died in his holding cell. He swallowed a spork and choked to death. It's not known whether it was an accident or suicide. Meaning, for the last 5 years, there's always one person who dies and one who goes missing. That's about right? No. Actually, I'm surprised as well. Never realized they had that in common. I couldn't believe this could help lead to the closing of those incidents. It was just something they had in common. Could it be that those demoned away have something in common? Ushi-san mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized the events. The first year was a dam employee. Second year was the wife of a dam project supporter. Third year was the wife of the Shinto priest. Fourth year was the victim's family's child. The fifth year was the victim's girlfriend, I guess. Doesn't seem like there's anything that connects them. With the exception of the first year, wives and girlfriends, those do stand out. Does seem like there are a lot. Then that means the fourth year's victim's child was different. It would have really stood out if it were all married couples. But it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it. I believe Tomitake-san also told me the younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly. That child that went missing in the fourth year, who were they? Apparently, he was quite mature, 1 year older than you. His name was Satoshi Hojo-san. Satoshi? I remembered that name. Didn't they tell me Satoshi transferred out last year? He was at your school up until last year. Didn't they tell you anything about him? Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. Then, where I sat, once belonged to the one who was demoned away. It was his seat? I recalled the cold sensation that came from that desk. Made my hair stand on end. This string of mysterious deaths. No, Oyashiro-sama's curse. I now knew how it connected to me. That chilling sensation. It was the feeling of Oyashiro-sama caressing the back of my neck. Oyashiro-sama's curse? Huh? Could Oyashiro-sama's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it. And I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by man and not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. No. The more I dug, the more mysterious it became. If I kept digging, eventually I'd reach the point where I'd learned something I really shouldn't know. Either be none the wiser to seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. That was when I remembered. Reina. Reina said she may be the next victim of the curse. You mean Reina Ryugu-san? She transferred in last year, and she's your classmate, isn't she? These incidents really might be a bit too disturbing for a girl. She's not just scared. Oh. These incidents might be a bit too disturbing for a girl. She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason behind it. It felt like she was convinced. Almost as if, you could say, she was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. That someone who looked like Reina but wasn't Reina. That might be unrelated. All the strange things I felt from Reina today came back to me. I see. Then I'll be doing a bit of investigating on this end. Please, continue your observations of Ryuko-san, Abara-san. Are you asking me to keep Reina under surveillance? That's not what I mean, Mabara-san. I just want you to watch out for your friend so she doesn't end up the next victim. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way with words. Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing. In an instant, I pointlessly covered up the end of the receiver. Keiichi, get the door, please. On the other side of the door, I heard my father. Oh, that's. I don't think Keiichi's father has spoken in like 5 chapters. Keiichi, get the door, please. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? It's so late. Sorry, my dad just came in. Can we leave it at this for tonight? Yeah. My apologies again for calling so late. If you find out anything else, please let me know. I'll tell you if I make any progress on this end. Well then, have a pleasant evening. Keiichi, hurry and open up. Daddy's got his hands full. What is Dad doing? I stayed in the same position while on the phone the whole time, so my joints were aching. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On that tray, cookies and 2 cups of black tea. Fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slice on the side. Everything you could ask for. This was quite the show of hospitality. Oh, what's going on, Dad? What's all this for? Come now, don't play around, Keiichi. I'm coming in. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. But for my entire life, I've never seen him act this hospitable. What had gotten into him? So, what were you talking about? I jumped. That's something I had to keep from my father. How could I explain to him I was talking to a detective? I'm assuming he was, this late at night. Nothing much. Just a friend. I don't mean the phone. She was here, wasn't she? Reina-chan. What? She wasn't here. Come now, don't try to keep it from me. She just came over to play. You two were chatting away, so I thought I'd bring some tea. But it looks like I just missed her. I have no idea what Dad was talking about, but a cold sweat dripped down my back. How long were we talking? Reina-chan went upstairs about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess. You saw her come up to the 2nd floor. Yeah, I did. I also told that your room was a door down the hall up the stairs. Reina came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the 2nd floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on my conversation with Wishi-san. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside. I told her my room was on the 2nd floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed my dad as he was bringing up tea and left. She came upstairs and about an hour passed. Then passed by my dad and returned home. Then, after she got upstairs, until she left, where was Reina? Only a short hallway between my room and the stairs. Meaning, Reina had, for about an hour, in the hall. No, she couldn't have been standing in front of my door all that time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything being said inside. All the ominous things and all the nonsense I spoke to Uishi-san about began rushing through my head. Honey, don't tease him. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again. Mom yelled up at Dad from downstairs. Dad left the tray with me and went downstairs with a disappointed chortle. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the doorway, where Reina might have stood all that time. Just now, as I was talking to Uishi-san, with my back turned, Reina was standing a mere 6 feet away. The whole time? All that time in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. Oh, damn. This is what I started playing this game for. You received new tips. Notice from the police chief. Achievement unlocked. Lies. Let's read this new tip. Notice from the police chief. July 1st, 1982. To Departments 1 through 12. Prefectural Police Headquarters. Director General. To the Chief Constable and all facility managers. Regarding cases situated in Hinamizawa Village. Notice. As cases in Shishibane City, Hinamizawa Village have been reported by certain sections of mass media, it has drawn global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for the local residents. This has become a very serious situation. Protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinomiya Station, 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village, housewife murder, dated June. Okinomiya Station, 1982, case number X. Hinamizawa Village, student disappearance, dated June. 2. Non-disclosure of information. Okinomiya Station, 1979, case number Hinamizawa Village site foreman murder, dated June. Shira Station, 1980, case number Shira Natural Park falling incident, dated June. Okinomiya Station, 1981, case number Hinamizawa Village Shinto priest wife disappearance, dated June. 3. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management, Prefecture Police Headquarters. Internal line, Police Affairs Department. Things are getting very strange. Alright. I'm going to take a little bit of a break because I want to see more. Those 2 chapters went by pretty fast, and I'm now starting to get hooked on what's going to happen next. But I need to refill my water bottle, and I'm also going to get a cup of tea. So we're going on intermission for a little bit, and I will leave you with the ominous sounds of this game. Back shortly.
I have returned. I also forgot that I don't have my PNG tuber on my break screen. That is fine. Alright. Well then, let's get back into the live game. There we go. It's me back. I now have a cup of green tea. I'm ready to keep going. Water bottle's also refilled, so hopefully with the combined power of Wawa and green tea, my throat will be better. I don't know if the mic picks it up too well, but like I feel hitches in my speech sometimes when I've been streaming tonight, and I don't know. But I think it'll be okay. Peppermint tea. It's very good. Alright, time to get into the next chapter. We will see what has happened. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. Well, what's wrong? Keiichi, you don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? Even though my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there wasn't anyone there. I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. My, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to a school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? Could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days, because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Reina. It was Reina. Reina-chan came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off? Reina was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Reina's fault. It was probably mine. Had to have been my cold. Just had to be. I'll rest. Sorry. Then I'll go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. Didn't have the nerve to meet with Reina, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. Place your bets now. Where the hell am I? I don't think I've seen this screen before. I only intended to lie down for a bit. It was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. Likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would probably be back sometime after dinner. On the note, it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There's also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, and though it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. Oh, shit, birds. Actually startled me. You know, this is actually fairly relaxing. After everything that's happened in the last couple chapters, just being able to just enjoy the atmosphere of small town living. Normally, I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around with this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. I mean, a small town like this is... Yeah, that's the thing. A small town like this is not a hospital. It would be like a little clinic-type place. Erie Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big. Based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. Fucking mint, bye! I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. Obara-san, please make your way to the examination room. Sip of tea. After properly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he was fine with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days' worth of medicine. That was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, then it was worth it. Erie Clinic. This is the place that missing woman worked. I settled the bill and took a... I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. It just wasn't for that word. Must have been an Onikakushi. I wonder. She was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. With whom? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with that big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomitaki-san? I could feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit their job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or message. The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. Takano-san is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san. That woman with Tomitake-san. And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing. It didn't seem that they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. Oyashiro-sama's shadow, Oyashiro-sama's shadow, Oyashiro-sama's shadow, Oyashiro-sama's shadow. Yeah. I'd say, if I can say that 5 times fast, I got like 3 there. It wasn't really getting that much more difficult to say. But of course. Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place. Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. We gotta get the fuck out of here, man! Oh, man. Oh, no. This ain't the soft piano, this is the cicadas again. I don't like the cicadas. Maybe it was because I was walking outside. My appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far in the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. Hey! Mabara-san! Good day to you. It was Wishi-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me. What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I thought to buy lunch and head back home. Oh, that's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together?
Ah, if you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind me. I was just going to lie down after going home anyway, and I didn't really have a cold. I died to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive, is that alright? No, oh, this is Wishi. I doubt you want to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive. Is that alright? I know a pretty good place. I finally began to understand Wishi-san's roundabout way of saying things. I wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss when Hinamizawa. This man is going to get murdered at some point. I went with Wishi-san, riding in his frigid car. Almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Reina, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Even now in the brightness of the sunlight, the thoughts still creep me out. Why did my... Did anyone else see that? Like down the corner of my screen, the dialogue, not the dialogue, the buttons just like jumped. Oh. With a big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomitake-san died. They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake-san. Wishi-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye. They believed it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing out his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, the autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know that thing you see in comics all the time? Where there's a drug that if you put it in them, it doesn't leave any trace? It exists. Ah, jeez, how do I pronounce that? Succinylchole's something or other. Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitake-san to react like that. Then, you're saying the police concluded Tomitake-san just died from the curse? Couldn't help but feel the police were worthless. Just wanted the idea of a curse to be dissociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. Putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt he was surrounded by a group of people, and taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionably involved other humans. That made me a bit relieved. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busy Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Wishi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded. There were only adults at this hour. Of course, wouldn't be children in here in the middle of a weekday. 2, please. Non-smoking. This way, please. Oh, when are you ready to order? Please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Wishi-san in the booth. Alright, yeah, this is back in like the 80s. Back when like smoking and non-smoking sections were a thing in restaurants. Though I don't know Japan. I don't know if they also have the whole smoking and non-smoking thing over there, so I don't imagine they would, but I don't know. I've never been there. Though I do have one fun story. So over the summer, I was working as a travel agent for people going to and from St. Pierre-Miquelon and the rest of Newfoundland. And there's something I didn't find out till near the end of my work there. There is a single bar in St. Pierre-Miquelon where you are allowed to smoke inside. However, it is technically illegal to do that. But the reason they did it is because the guy who owns the bar, when they changed that law, it was said something along the lines of, I've been smoking for 50 years, I will continue to smoke. If they want to fine me, they can fine me, and I will pay it every time. And he basically just took on the fine, because it's not like the type of thing you get thrown in jail for. It's the type of thing you just get a fine for and told, hey, stop that, you're not allowed to do that. But he just pays the fine, and it's just the operating cost. And because of that, it's a pretty popular spot on the island. And I think it's a pretty unique one. I didn't get a chance to go there, unfortunately. I think it would have been a fun thing to try once. I'm not too into smoking, but I smoke when I drink. I don't even know how common, like,
cigar bars or smoking bars even are a thing anymore. I've heard about them, but I don't know where one is, so. But yeah, that's my little side story done. Let's get back to the main story.
So, what do you think? Aren't the waitresses' outfits here cute?
Huh? Well, I guess.
This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see.
Uh-huh. Uishi-san, you're leering.
Am I really?
Ah, you pervert, Uishi. Are we at like a maid cafe? Where the heck are we? Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Uishi-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table.
Yesterday we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we?
Yeah, that it was the village of man-eating demons or something like that.
I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my grandmother about it this morning.
Uishi-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket.
Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafushi, or Ogre's Abyss.
Onigafushi. That's quite the name.
The name is still around. The marsh where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Ogre's Abyss. It's said that the depths of that marsh connect to the realm of demons.
Of course, nobody told me anything about such an ominous marsh. What do you mean? It's come up so many times. Like, the bottomless marsh has come up before. I don't know if it was in a tip or in the main story, though.
And, you see, it appears they were both feared and revered.
A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhuman creatures.
Seems the demon were seinen, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts, taking villagers with incurable illnesses into the ogre's abyss and healing them, for example.
Even if we're calling them demons, Tengu, long-nosed goblins, or seinen would be a more apt description. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons.
But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my grandma told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went.
The price of curing her son was herself? That's unsettling.
Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then, you see, all the people who lived in Onigafushi, the demons chased them down, rounded them up, and captured them.
The entire village, apparently. It's quite a frightening thing to imagine.
In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten. The end.
There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so no one would be able to tell the tale.
Huh? Oh, there are plenty of old fables like this.
In contrast to the ghastly tale, Uishi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. I'm sipping green tea.
But, well, there are quite a few other tales, where the demons from Onigafushi band together to capture their prey.
I recall that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities how that part about unification overlapped.
Normally, they hunted down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand.
Huh? That caught my attention. Uishi-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant.
My grandmother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the covers, she said.
So, what does this all mean?
It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule.
Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities, in other words. Oh, what happens if you break the rule?
Well, they're man-eating demons, after all. Many parts of that tale caught
my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the perpetrators were all the village families. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there was a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. Then, Huishi-san, I guess it looks like it's either the village families or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes? Oh, what do you think, Mabara-san? Ah, excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say that last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking. Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Ushi-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee. So, those friends of Satoshi-san, meeting your group of friends, Mabara-san, I had a bit, really just a little bit, okay? Of background checking done on them. Ushi-san had said this to me before, I would have been furious, so he told me earlier not to suspect my friends. But as I was now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid. Mabara-san, if you feel that it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Ushi-san was wearing the most serious expression that I had ever seen from him, as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Uishi-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi. It was probably the last one. Took a deep breath and silenced that voice. Would not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Ushi-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Multiple altercations. Ushi-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up. How old is Mion right now? Because the dam event was like 5 years ago. And I think Mion's like 16. So she would have been like 11. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? They had a daughter. Her name is Satoko Hojo-san. Huh? Satoko? Meaning Satoko? Ushi-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well, and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year. You see, it's gonna be Rika, isn't it? Their daughter is Rika Furud-san. Rika-chan was... Yeah. The housewife who died in the fourth year. You know already, don't you? The step-aunt of Satoko Hojo-san. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, as she had lost both of her parents in the accident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distract myself from. But clicking and clacking, it snuck all the way to my feet. The one who disappeared the fourth year, by the way. He was Satoko-san's older brother. What? Wait, just a second. Took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi Mabara. Uishi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard. All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. That has to be just a coincidence. Mabara-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking. Mion? Satoko? Rika-chan? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Reina is different, isn't she? Reina isn't connected with the victims at all. Reina Ryugu-san was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, Reina Ryugu-san. I don't know who's speaking here. I don't know. That's the one thing I dislike about this game. Reina Ryugu-san was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. Well, it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims. He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Inamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Reina did that? She broke all the windows at her school? That same silly Reina had? Couldn't even imagine it. It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. I don't know what dysautonomia. I don't know what dysautonomia is. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I heard that half the people who are really methodical are overly sensitive. Neither of those match Reina's easygoing personality. Is Reina off her meds? Is that what this is going to boil down to? I don't know. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Reina-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that. Oh, what did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. It felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Reina spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she even came to Inamizawa? It seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow, looking down at her. My mind froze. Couldn't process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Inamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider. Huh? According to their residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. Reina-san moved to Ibaraki right after she finished elementary school. My mind went completely blank. Similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Mabara-san, are you alright? Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. Let it end here. Now I understand Reina. Then, how about the last victim, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Mabara-san? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves. Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush. We should get going. Ah, Mabara-san, did you take your afternoon medicine? I completely forgot about the medicine I had gotten today until Uishi-san said that. Got another glass of water, and we left the shop after I chugged it down. We got in the car and returned to Inamizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Ba-dump. That big jolt from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really, just blurted it out. Didn't expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? We should just stop. Not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Uishi-san was investigating the string of suspicious incidents. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing and I couldn't help. Everything Uishi-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, know? By chance, if there was a reason for Uishi-san to reach out to me, it would have to be that I looked suspicious to Uishi-san. That was part of Mion's circle of friends. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring as my grandma wants. So, while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. So, Uishi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Uishi-san didn't really give a response. I felt a little late. I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on this job. Mabara-san, you're the one in danger. Huh? I wanted to reply with that was absurd, but in my downtrodden state I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year. So I want to settle things. In other words, he was insinuating on the next Watanagashi I might be the victim. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the string of case has been solved, so don't bring it up again. Or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing. Pressure? From what? Someone in Hinamizawa. We've arrived. Is this fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears. I won't mind if you just forget everything I told you today, but I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year. So, you're saying I should contact you if anything happens? It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Mabara-san. I wasn't collected enough to understand Uishi-san's roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. I felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That was the first time I thought Uishi-san was being unfair. Telling me I was going to be the next victim and just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. I was just a bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it. I don't want to die. For some time I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car. I don't know how many chapters are in this. I don't know if it's 10 or 12. I think this is chapter 9 now? I wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, I just didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Mabara residence. Oh, he's alive. Hello. Oh, it's Mion. Oh, he's alive. Hello, this is Mion. How you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi is resting now, but shall I put him on? Wait, who's speaking? Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry. Idiot. You fell for it. Huh? K-chan! What to say, I was confused there. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Reina was really worried, you know? Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika-chan said, how unfortunate, he's sick. Looks like everyone's making a big deal out of it. Well, you know. So, Kei-chan, is now a bad time to come pay you a visit? A visit? No, it's okay. Not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see? I was told to share them, so I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry. Both Rain and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you. Be there in a bit. She hung up cheerfully. Rain is coming too. That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Reina, but I guess if she was with Mion. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Oh no, Reina. She looks so sad. Thank goodness. You look well. I was worried. Sorry. I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Reina looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. Hmm? You don't say. Seeing my face appeared a bit sullen. Then here, Kichi-kun. These are the mochi Mi-chan's grandma made. Reina held out the package wrapped in newspaper. Might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty. Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mia. Why is it wrapped in newspaper? Yep. Ah, there's one that I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one. This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you gonna do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Mi-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them thought my parents were home. Because the entranceway was a mess. You're right. Let's get going. Ah, by the way, Kei-chan. Yeah? What did you eat for lunch? The sudden question startled me. I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? When she said it was almost so inane it was almost meaningless. The way she said it, it was like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected I was with Wishi-san. Anyway, I felt if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except, contrary to the efforts I had made, there was a pause before they replied. So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun. The glimmer from Reina's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. She already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. You were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. All the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh? Keiichi-kun? Who was he? Could it be the person from before? I wonder. I feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. How do you know that? Took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly. Her laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking about you guys. It didn't have anything to do with you or Reina. Hmm? Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that? Hmm? Reina's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much it felt like it was going to explode. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down. That's true. We should both head back home. Nothing had happened. They both giggled at each other and started making their way out. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. A single eye peered in through that narrow slit. A Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. You, Kei-chan. Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Alright? Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle, even after their low laughter died off into the distance, and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. They knew what Wishi-san and I talked about. Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard. From the beginning when Wishi-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then, what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Wishi-san about one thing. They were warning me that that was unnecessary. What was that Wishi-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole, as well as the fact that maybe multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they're warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare. For some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi Mabara. When did it become such a pessimist? Calm down. Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Wishi-san was probably because somebody from Minamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense.
Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They're just curious if I was together with someone not from Namizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Reina. Just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Uishi-san. And Reina was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Reina. I was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. It felt like my mind was mixed up like a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking of that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything. They were really kind to me. Raina was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. I never bored when I was with her. Talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Uishi-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then, hearing from Uishi-san that Mion, Reina, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. I started getting weird after Uishi-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I even shouldn't have heard about the past incident from Tomitake-san the night of the Watanagashi. Just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity. I just hadn't... That's right. That's why they killed Tomitake-san. That impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret. They'll probably kill Uishi-san as well. For trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course a guy like that is going to be killed. Both Tomitake-san and Uishi-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't coexist with the people of Hinamizawa. These guys just failed to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just die. But it wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 I settled into a daze. This lethargic feeling like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun. I was one of them, after all. Ah, that reminds me. We eat those mochi. I hope I'm able to tell which one Reina made. I remembered the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room. It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it. To fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh. It was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi fit snugly inside. There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, and E. Now then, It said Raina made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Raina had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So well that, just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Oh, looks like this challenge on whether or not this one is Reina's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them. It was told to give some out, if I remembered correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Reina? She probably only made one. She probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one Reina had made was this one. E. E. For a moment I thought it may have been a trap. Mion later, she knew I'd pick up on it. That probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it. But since she said Reina made it, it probably wasn't a trap. Alright. My tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Not bad. The smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left little to be desired. The tea I drank afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Now, how about Reina's? The creation was so delicate one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. Well, first, a bite. This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factor would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Reina, the challenger, with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I only had one bite of Reina's. Probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset? Choo-choo. Seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It felt something edible, so I reached in with my finger and grabbed it. It's gonna be a bone, isn't it? What? What was this? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then, after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first, I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Reina's hair was still quite long. It wasn't this short. Also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. A bit of a metallic sheen on one end of it. Ah yes, there was a hole for where thread goes through. I think it was a sewing needle. Yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle. Exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look like just a sewing needle. Huh? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer, but a voice inside my brain knew and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth, felt around to see if I was bleeding. Suddenly I felt the urge to vomit. A sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth. After writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again. But this time my heart was intensely throbbing. Then it finally registered. Exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat! Plop! Splort! I tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. Looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder, nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Reina and Mion and others, they consider me an enemy. And they thought I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless marsh. The ogre's abyss calls to you, Keiichi. What will you do? Okay. Ugh. Oh man, my tea's gone cold. Excuse me. I like green tea, but unfortunately it gets really bad when it's cold, I find. I'm gonna view those tips now. What's a drug that makes you commit suicide? And threats. Let's get to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves? Not directly, no. That's quite a roundabout response. You're saying there's one that does it indirectly. Something that puts you into a suicidal mental state, like that. That's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be? Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder? It's believed that people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state. Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but rarely commit suicide. They do not have the willpower to commit suicide, nor does mania on its own lead to suicide. That has an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they're walking on air. Thus, they do not commit suicide. That's interesting. Another state causes suicide. When the condition changes, they might do so. There's a desire to commit suicide when in a state of depression, but do not have the willpower to commit such a formidable act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower and their body moves as they desire. I see. So it means they gain the willpower to commit suicide. That's how it goes. Am I going to get in trouble for saying suicide so much on Twitch? I'm just reading what's in the story. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses. Then, was Tomitake bipolar? People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit by more civilized means. Like, say, hanging or jumping off a building. Self-harm as though going through withdrawal is completely different. Tomitake's death wasn't civilized, so one would think it was caused by some foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that causes someone to commit suicide. There are reports that methamphetamines overdose produce a condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate overdoses are also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid. There were no signs of stimulants. Are there any other possibilities? All I can think of it as some sort of illness. Something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid and is known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder. But Graves' disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own. The deceased exhibit none of them. I wonder, is there something that could happen more spontaneously? Something that fits this case and would cause someone to want to commit all of a sudden. Are you familiar with organic mental disorders? In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack due to physical injury or illness. It can be caused by drugs, but it can also be caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors. Basically, even without a drug, one can succumb to an irregular mental state. The deceased was surrounded after being chased and his life was in danger, right? All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry. He could have had hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. Possibility.
Could you explain to me in simpler terms? I'm a 30-year-old career detective. Basically,
He knocked his noggin in the brawl, and that made him go haywire.
no.
Then this lady didn't have any intent to kill.
Just smacked him in a bad place when he nicked some change.
The two plump men laughed hoarsely. But of course, it's not like that.
Undoubtedly.
If it was habitual drug use, if it was something mental, the deceased's body holds the key. How are things on your end?
Oh my goodness, look at the time. I need to get back sooner. Kuma-chan will get angry with me.
Yeah. Good luck. Best wishes.
Best wishes.
Kuma-chan. Doesn't Kuma mean bear? Oh, my nose. Alright. Threat.
Hmm? Those guys just now. They had national diet badges.
Then it's Prefectural Assembly member and City Councilor Sonozaki.
That's interesting. Prefectural Assembly member and City Councilor are related. It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's name during elections. While one is up for election, the other one holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly.
I don't know much about this stuff. Isn't that against the rules of the election?
Well, as long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election policies. I'm not suited for the intelligence division, because I'm dumb.
There was Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki. Also, the mayor of Hinamizawa. All of them involved with the Sonozaki family. What crap.
Looks they were seen off by the department chief and the deputy chief.
Came to me. That night, the chief invited me along to get some Odin. I thought that was it.
You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something. Did you? Nope. Not a thing. Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and fish cake.
A counselor barked at me in the police chief's stead.
Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl.
Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't even handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. Petition with your name came up regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled.
Goodness, me? I'm not the faintest.
No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you?
I've already got my hands full with Tomatake's death, actually.
Really? If that's true, then there's no problem. There was a period of silence. We were silent, made headway on our food and drink.
Ooh, that was quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated.
Nah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I'll bet on the same one as you.
I haven't been doing well there lately. I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi?
I'm going by train. Police chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though I could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already goo. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the police chief's address.
Well, see you again tomorrow. Happy New Year! Uishi-san. Yeah? The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse. Well, I'm not convinced. You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Or you going to pay off your mortgage with your pension and move up to Hokkaido with your mom? Mother pines to return to the land of her birth. It's the least I can do. The pension, well, it'll let me enjoy myself in Susukino.
The police chief may issue a special retirement salary raise, he says. Public servants' pension is calculated based on their monthly salary. If you were to get a raise right before retirement, your bonus to your salary would be inflated. You get a heavy surplus of funds.
That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, not a custom that's thought of highly. The difference between the bonus and the pension is quite a bit. I expect nothing less exemplary from our egghead chief. But, well, they say our salary is compensation for our hard work. In the end, it really just has to do with the passage of time. That's not something I can laugh at, but I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's anything exemplary. But given how hard you've worked, it's not odd that you're getting that much of a pension. I'd like to get that much myself. If I can get it, well, of course I'd want it. You'll get it. You're an adult after all. Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much. Closed the door roughly, interrupting the chief's conversation a bit rudely. I thought the chief had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. Oh, man. I wonder if I really can repay that loan. I don't see where the threat was there. Unless the threat was like, hey, if you stop digging into this, you'll get a massive salary boost. As kind of like bribing him off. You can take a save. End of chapter 9. Okay. I'm going to take a quick second. Uh-huh. I'm going to do a quick Google. Let's go. Guess how many chapters are in this game? A total of 14 total. 8 original arcs plus 6 more. So there's 14 total chapters. I'm at 9 right now. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So 5 more chapters to get through. Do I want to do one more chapter or call it there? I think I'm going to do one more chapter. That's what my plan is, I think. I'm having fun with this, and reading through this has been very fun. I'm not even sure who else is streaming right now. I don't really think anybody I know is really streaming right now. Yeah, I'll do one more chapter. I am enjoying this. The vibes are starting to get ominous and spooky, and that's what I'm here for. End of chapter 9. Close. So what I was Googling is that in this story there are 14 chapters. 8 of them are original and 6 are new arcs that were added in this version of the game. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door to my room. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. This is either going to be my friends, quote unquote, here to abduct me, or it's going to be our parents mad at Keiichi for throwing bean paste at the wall. Please, just leave. Hey, well, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came in my room right now, then... Got beat. Wah! Eek! I swung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door.
Whoa, whoa, Keiichi. Well, what's the matter? Ah, uh, sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. Huh. Thought I had sneezed, but no, apparently I'm fine. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. And I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up. My sense of balance felt off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school? I was well enough to go, but I wasn't mentally prepared for it. Still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? It had pierced my tongue. Undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Reina and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this. Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine? Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill. It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get on up. They say wellness is a state of mind. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance. It wasn't like I was healthier than everyone. Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There's much time before Reina-chan comes and gets you. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry. I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it. Didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. When Mion said she left yesterday, I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What did she mean by that? I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying don't be absent. Taking that a bit further was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. For example, maybe I shouldn't pay attention to someone like Uishi-san enticing with something unusual. Meaning if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, the fact would end up flagging myself as someone who was not wanted. It seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be? All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could... I swallowed hard. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broke some rules of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I just forget everything and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven. Keiichi, your food is going to get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Reina will be here if you don't hurry. Ah, I'm coming. I crammed my textbooks into my bag and hastily made my way downstairs. I picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Reina.
Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I need to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened the past 2 days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I have to be where I normally meet up with Reina. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. A chime signal that Reina had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Come on, Reina-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry! My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Reina, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Reina on the other side. Was it the Reina I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Ah, there we go. It's regular Reina. Morning! An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. I came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today? I wonder? The manner in which Reina was concerned was, without a doubt, the Reina I knew. That was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday, pretend as though nothing had happened. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious death that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death, and the terminal illness and suicide, and the lynching, the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course, forget it all. Forget about everyone. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. Rena once again asked to make sure. Can you make it to school? Yeah, I'm fine. Great! Then let's go. Mi-chan is waiting. Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Okay, scene transition. But, you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent she could do it. As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff. More so than usual. Then? Satoko-chan is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Aw, she was so cute. Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense. I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors, and they called out to us. Oh my, Keiichi-chan and Reina-chan. Aren't you two a bit late today? Mion-chan said she was going on ahead. Uh-oh, did Mi-chan look mad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun. As we smiled and parted ways with our neighbor, they turned back towards me and stuck out a tongue. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile. Ah, Keiichi-kun smiled. Huh? What? Rena stopped and stared at me. I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi-kun. But now you seem fine. Fine. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Mabara. How can you still doubt Reina after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. I really hope that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in the past few days. More specifically for the night of the Watanagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wished for this these past few days. As long as Reina kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Reina to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. So, Keiichi-kun. Those mochi yesterday. Did you eat them all? That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Reina's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday. Did you eat them all?
Of course, she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Raina was asking, did you get the message? He was probably trying to convey that. Keiichi-kun? I was reluctant to give an answer. Raina stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Ah, don't don't hesitate, Keiichi Mabara. Raina was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. D- Did? Raina playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Raina's reaction was still normal. Seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious! However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Raina's expression. For a moment I panicked, thinking I replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Raina broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well. I see. Did you eat all of them, I wonder? I wonder? My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits. That's how I played it. Huh? What about the homework? See if you could tell which one Reina made. Aha, that homework. Was it due today? Yeah, it's due today. Mii-chan will get angry. Probably a penalty game ready for you. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it's just a typical morning. I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just the usual morning routine. I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Reina. Lies! I recalled that unexpected, piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Reina's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Reina? No, I was wrong. That was still Reina. Oishi-san told me, didn't he? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Minamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows. Reina had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. It was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all of the windows all throughout her school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Walk, wind up. Walk, wind up. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Reina smiling at me right now. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass. The crunching noise as Reina treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Reina's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Reina came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room after being directed there by the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Reina busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Reina to continue. It was far too violent an act for them to seek refuge by looking the other way. That's not to say they were looking the other way. They were doing the only thing they could to protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Reina's new target. What would Reina have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims, meaning I would, be the next window. Reina, staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Then Reina struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down onto the floor, desperately protecting my head. Reina didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hit me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving. Because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Reina wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. It gained nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. Eventually there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut. Some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. Anyway, it wasn't that Reina momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Uishi-san told me. And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Reina-san. It shows up, and quite a bit at that. What does? She mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama. Following that, Reina was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then, as Reina was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama. It seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night, standing over her pillow looking down at her. That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture. It was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Reina did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama. Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happen because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Uishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except, if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. I refused to believe that the curse was real, and I would have to believe that those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was Reina? Everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Reina had admitted to her doctor that was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. With a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Reina. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Reina's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. And now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice? Accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists, or that Reina and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths. I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that, but that was no longer possible. Oh, jeez, my throat. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of my opponents being a human or curse, I won't let it kill me. If I would just bend over and give in, for no good reason at all.
Keichika? You've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder? I wonder?
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Reina's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exercised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Reina could have done such a terrible thing. Like I was trying to placate myself. What was that? I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony.
Ho 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 ho! How befitting for the truant Keiichi-san! Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Reina. Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan.
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
Oh, what is this? How discouraging indeed. Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet. Yeah. Take it easy on him for today, okay?
Suddenly there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit.
Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest?
It was Mion. My mind was full of the stuff about Reina, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi? That hawkish gaze from yesterday? Yeah, morning.
What's with the unenergetic greeting? Do you eat the mochi I brought you? Because I ate them.
Because I ate them, I'm like this. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over.
Huh? What about the homework? Do you have an answer for which one was Reina's? I can't believe you forget your homework, Keiichi-kun. Sheesh. You can't help it. Time for your penalty.
Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. Nothing from our exchange that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to a conversation up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Mabara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. That's not the end of the chapter. That's only like the first half. My nose. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Wishi-san multiple times, I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter.
The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things. Boy, in no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me? I've had these contradictory feelings for a while now. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. With all their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Reina and the rest of them, they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with those unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Mabara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have just been an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Reina and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously. But maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious. It was outright ludicrous, right? Reina just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Reina was out standing outside our door, eavesdropping for a good hour, you know? She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room. Is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Wishi-san, didn't you? About what Reina did at her former school. But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Keiichi Mabara. Don't you realize they're out to kill you? I inadvertently read those words out loud. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy got a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Reina and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. I was just your average student. A man living his normal, ordinary life. I think I could suddenly believe that my friends who I'd been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday now intended to kill me? Right. You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I learned to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. It's one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Reina and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Uishi-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I need to get rid of such naive thoughts. Made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. Day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into that circle.
My, Keiichi-san. How rude of you to even think about leaving.
The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar, and almost physically hurt.
Huh? Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day? I wonder? And we were going to win big together. How?
Seeing Reina's expression, which said she was really looking forward to the day, was hard to take. Hey,
Keiichi, maybe Wishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Slap! Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face. Keiichi-kun? Yeah. Was Reina really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Gah. Yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive? Are you alright? Does your head hurt? Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Reina. You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home. I wonder. No, it's okay. Sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Since Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, you're even going to play that deduction game from before, too. Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head. Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate. It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everybody. See you. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind, took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Mabara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. But I couldn't hate them. Because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivete, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. Felt like my conscience was being ripped out of my body. If this is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So, seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on. Dinner was unusually bland. It had no flavor or aroma. Miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. If my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. So yeah, he doesn't understand the motivation creators have. The partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? Well, I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching. What gets in the way of business? I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the discussing food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going all day long. Friends close to me. No. They used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted. People I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Reina, for example. That neighborly Reina who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day, sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No. By informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in the past incident were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Mabara family to have an accident or just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. This was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. As long as my parents were here, this house would be a safe haven for them. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No. I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Uishi-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Uishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his devices. It was my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Uishi-san would pull up the big haul. Slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Uishi-san. No question. It was going to be hard. The timing to bring Uishi-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. If I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something. Set to hide out there until Uishi-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen, but now I knew which way to go. Never imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah. It would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remember there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious of me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. Maybe something like a note or memo. Write down everything that's happened in a sort of journal. If suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. My journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. The last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. So, I should only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Mabara, am in fear of my life. It made me laugh nervously. It's a line that showed up often in detective stories. Never even dreamed I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. Do not know why they are after my life. Reina and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic passage? I only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more than that, it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper, I thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was in too obscure of a location, there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I need to set it up such that, if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs. So apparently Founder Badge can't be got from Prime, huh? Really? I thought you had a Founder Badge before. Also, hello Jake, welcome to the chat. Nope. Oh, okay. Why did I think you already had a Founder Badge? I have no idea. How's your night going, man? I don't know why it thinks I have no audio on. Yeah, like, I'm looking at your thing there. It says you have a Founder Badge and no audio. I don't know. Twitch gets weird sometimes, I guess. But yeah. I just got the badge XD. Wait, did you sub? I didn't get like a... I usually get like a little sound notification. I didn't get a notification. Oh. Huh. Strange. But those badges only were like... Yes, sir. Oh, well thank you, man. I don't know why it didn't give you a notification. Like, I didn't... Like, usually I get like a little hello there or something. Or wait, did I not set up... Do I swear I have a subscriber thing set up? I usually get some kind of sound. I didn't get a sound. Oh well. Is Streamlabs fucking up? Maybe, but it'd be very weird if that's the one thing that's fucking up. Because everything else is running fine. Stream's running smoothly. It's been going smooth for... How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 4 hours? Yeah, pretty much. It's a weird time for Streamlabs to fuck up. Usually when Streamlabs fucks up, it fucks up at the beginning. But, Jake, thank you very much for the sub. It's always appreciated. And it's not necessary, but I thank you still. Yeah. I don't know. I'll do like a... No problem, sir. I was getting my founder badge. Thank you kindly, man.
One way, one way or another, I'm getting this badge. Well, thank you very much, man. Yeah, how have you been? You just been like lurking? Hope I've been delivering on the ominous vibes well. We're finally getting to like the actual scary part of this visual novel, it seems, and I am very happy about it. During the last session, there was a whole bit with like, what even was it? Like this dare game, which that I just really uncomfy. I'm honestly more comfortable with the ominous freaky shit. Doing good, made food, getting together the mask for the one shot. Oh hell yeah! It's a productive day for old Jake the Game Master. Oh, also, I noticed that on Twitter you're called a tabletop VTuber. You could turn that to a TTT tuber or like a T cube tuber. I just think that'd be funny. Jake the T cube tuber. I don't know. I saw that and just had a laugh at it. I think we're near the end of this chapter though. I went with tabletop tuber because it's something Barry the Bugbear came up with. Barry the Bugbear. I don't think I've met them, but yeah, tabletop tuber is very good. I like the alliteration sounds of like the three T's. Jake the tabletop tuber. I like it. I don't think I've met Barry the Bugbear. Exactly. Alright. I'm sure they're cool. I just don't think I've had run-ins with them online or anything yet. My parents were still talking about work. It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Ah, sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I never started off a conversation like that before. My parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. What is it, Keiichi? I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah? If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? Dude is awesome. He's like an old school D&D player and a metalhead. Ooh. Yeah, sounds like my kind of guy then. I like a bit of metal. In all fairness, I like just about all types of music. But Barry the Bugbear. I'll have to look him up after. I should be wrapping up soon. I don't think this chapter's going to go on that much longer, unless this is like a 3-act chapter. Just in case, okay? If I die. Both my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. And I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop class, and I really like it. So, please. Oh, what's the matter? Keiichi, did something happen? Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room. I need to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I should make today the last day I went to school with Reina. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name. I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. This is end of chapter, end of second act. You receive new tips. Not feeling so hot. Even unlocked Chasing Shadows. Let's view the new tips.
Keiichi-kun's been feeling down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I wonder. Maybe he's on his period. Me-chan, that's gross.
What the fuck is Yoki Yoki Yoki? What is that laugh?
What do you think?
Don't know.
Could be like Kei-chan, maybe?
I don't know.
That day, Kei-chan's in that car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right?
Yeah?
No mistake. And that Wishi, he probably fed him something fishy. He was so serious. Keiichi-kun's face was so pale. You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama. Huh? What do you mean? Whenever he shows up, someone is demoned away. No lie. Oh? Is that so? The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by a Wishi. Now that you mention it, it happened before Satoshi-kun transferred out. Transferred? Oh, you're so sweet, Reina. So this time he has appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi-kun is going to be demoned away too?
Empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted by loud laughter. Ah, I am liking this. Alright, that's the end of chapter 10. And that's going to be where I call this for tonight's stream. I will hopefully be doing this again on Saturday, not rather than Sunday. 'Cause I prefer doing Saturday streams rather than Sunday when I can. But yeah, I'm probably gonna do it. I mean, I might do it tonight because it's midnight. But I guess I gotta like dig around in my Streamlabs and just see why notifications didn't really do anything. It's really weird. Yeah, there we go. Da-da-da. Hmm.
'Tis strange, 'tis strange.
Alright. Well, end of stream. Time to find somebody to raid. I'm wondering who's online at this hour of the night. Mm. Mm. Let's see this one. Mhm. Mm. No one that I regularly raid is online. No Ariana. Oh, it's Stardew. Stardew's nice and comfy. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go for some chill times. Yeah, alright. Ariana Abyss. I'm in similar discords with them, but I don't think I've actually spoken. But yeah. Alright. Let's raid out into Ariana and say hi. This is a new person for me. So, see how it goes. There we go. So Ariana's playing Stardew, and honestly, after 4 hours of Higurashi, I'm kind of wanting some chill vibes. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone who tuned in. As always, it's much appreciated, and I hope everyone has a great day, night, afternoon. And to everyone watching the VOD, thank you as well. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.